steadily talking this entire time. Nobody can hear me. I was about to say, it doesn't sound like the ducking is working in my ears. Now it is. I also don't think that the ducking works on TikTok. So that's a thing. I don't know why the last couple of times that I've done this, I've forgotten to turn my mic back on. We're gonna play more Pokemon. It's very exciting. We're playing more Pokemon tonight. I have not played Pokemon in a hot second. But it's going to be great. I'm super excited about it. I haven't played Pokemon in a hot second. Finally, we're getting back to it. We played Ocarina of Time, and we played some Minecraft. We're playing more Pokemon now. Next week, we're either going to play more Ocarina of Time, or we're going to play Desert Sands. Desert Sands? Crimson Desert? Whatever that. We're playing that game next week. I'm pretty sure it comes out next Thursday or Friday. I'll have to double check. So look out for that. That'll be exciting. But tonight we are continuing a Pokemon, which is going to be great. Real quick, let's adjust this. The last time we played Pokemon, we beat Pewter City, and we've beat Cerulean, I think, is Misty's gym. We beat the first two gyms, the Misty's gym and Brock's gym, which is very exciting. We're on our way now to Vermilion City, I think, is the next one, with the electric type gym, and that is very scary because we don't have a solid ground type. We get Diglett Cave. That'll be helpful. We get Diglett Cave in the next town, so we'll get an encounter in there. That'll be good. But yeah, let's go ahead and jump into it. Let's see here. Not that. I need this. There we go. And let's turn on the music for ourselves. Cool. How are we looking? Decent. Previously on your quest, you went to the BGXTTV, went to the Pokemon Mart. Oh, it just automatically plays? That's dumb. We went to the Mart. That's correct. The gym in Cerulean City was full of tough trainers. Preparations had to be made. Yep. Okay. I've never sat down and read one of these. Took on Cerulean City gym leader Misty Starmie with Bellsprout and won tenaciously. Wow. I don't know about tenaciously. Then we departed the gym. And saved the game at the Pokemon Center. Why can I not hear the music? Hello? Test, 1, 2, 3. What? Let's do this. There we go, that's better. I don't know if that was delayed for you. It was super delayed for me for some reason. I would imagine it would have been delayed for you. Alright, moving on. We don't have cut yet. Where do we get cut? Don't we get it from the Pokemon guy? Oh, is this a new encounter? Where am I? I'm still technically in Cerulean City. I don't think that I've gotten a Cerulean City encounter yet, though. Hold on. So... Oh no, this is Route 5 now. So... No. Town map. This is Route 24 and 25. This is Route 4. This is a new encounter. Let's go. Let's see what we get. I could, if I wanted to, look up what is here. Oh wait, hold on. Is this also Route 5 down here? Because I'm almost positive there's better stuff here. No, it's Route 6. 7, 8, 16. Yeah. Okay. So let's do this. Hold on. Oh yeah, there we go. That's better, I think. Okay. Here we go, let's see what we get. Do we have Pokeballs? I'm pretty sure Bellsprout has, like, sleep powder and stuff. Stun Spore, that'll work. Okay. Don't. Pidgey. I don't need a Pidgey. This is stupid. Oh, okay, we're fine. I don't know if it knows Gust or not. Nice. Let's make sure that it doesn't screw me up here. Ah, shoot. Nice. We need a nickname for the Pidgey. And let's do this real quick. Pidgey. What do we want to call him? How about... How about... This is stupid. I don't know why. There was a really great Azoron quote earlier. We're gonna protect this Pidgey until our dying breath. Earlier this week, Zoran Mamdani hosted like a like get-together thing at the mayor's mansion in New York, and people were very upset about this and just being like blatantly, unbelievably racist on the timeline. And Zohar Mamdani tweeted one of these people and was like, "I pray for the day that you are as outraged about children starving to death, okay, as you are about me, praying with my constituents," essentially. It was a pretty great response, and for whatever reason, that was yesterday, I think, that happened. And so, the first name that I thought of was Zohar Mamdani's name. It is kind of crazy that in order to navigate this town, everybody has to come through this man's house and out the giant hole in his wall. And I don't think I can pass this way. I think I need to get the tea. I'm on guard duty. Gee, I'm thirsty, though. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. There. The road's closed. Okay. So, buddies. Netflix just came out with a new dinosaur series. It's very creatively called The Dinosaurs Ship. And then this is a new encounter. Did I heal? I did. We want to get Zoran up a couple of levels. So let's do that. They very creatively called it the Dinosaurs, and it's a continuation of another dinosaur documentary that they did before called Life on Our Planet. Ooh, super effective. And Life on Our Planet was pretty decent. I did enjoy it. There were some things about it that were not awesome. But I did, oh, don't poison me. I did enjoy it. One of the interesting things about Life on Our Planet that they really turned up to 11 in this one that I was kind of annoyed about. It was kind of interesting in Life on Our Planet, but even though, like, whenever I was watching Life on Our Planet, I understood that they were doing this thing. And I was like, alright, whatever, that's fine. But in this one, it felt especially egregious. One of the things that they did in Life on Our Planet was, because it was about life on our entire planet throughout the history of our planet, they would focus on, like, they would be like, oh, this is a moment in the life on our planet whenever flying insects evolved. And then they would come to, like, modern day, and they would do, like, exclusively documentary footage, no more, like, CGI rendered dinosaurs or, like, ancient animals. They would exclusively do documentary footage of actual animals in life today, based off of animals that lived in the past, or, like, certain events that happened in the past. Like, in Life on Our Planet, they cover evolution of gymnosperms, which is flowering plants. And they do, like, this whole long segment on flowering plants, using a lot of real documentary footage of flowering plants. Oh, another bug catcher. And I thought that was fine in Life on Our Planet. In Life on Our Planet, it did feel a little bit like a cheapo move. Ooh. Why are you doing this? Don't do this. Okay. Bug flying. Yeah, that didn't do nothing. Multi-stream. We are multi-streaming, buddy. That's exciting. We're streaming to Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. So, it's a little crazy. I was just talking about the new dinosaur documentary that came out. Don't confuse me. I was just talking about the new dinosaur documentary that came out. Radiant, are you super intrigued by dinosaurs? Because since I was a child, I have been in love with dinosaurs. I thought you were talking to yourself for a moment. I was talking to myself. Because I do this thing where I always want to be talking, even if there's nobody really in chat. Why am I hurting myself every single time? Oh my god, this is so ridiculous. I was talking to myself. This Butterfree is freaking annoying. Because I want to always be talking in case like new people come into the chat. There's something for them to like actually engage with and listen to. And not like just me here sitting silently playing a video game. But it does mean that I am talking to myself a lot of the time. Now, what is this? Oh, maybe someone was chatting with you on the other platforms. Nope. You're trying to make it better, and you're only making it worse. You're in the wrong neighborhood, Cameron says on YouTube. Yeah, buddy. Like I said, I am trying out new things. I have been posting shorts. I've been posting YouTube shorts, and I've been posting on TikTok. And those have been getting some pretty decent traction. Like, one of my TikToks right now is at, like, almost 1,000 views. And that Ganondorf clip, where I was, like, debating whether or not Ganondorf was green or brown. That has, like, over 3,000 views on YouTube Shorts. And I've been thinking it's probably a pretty, ineffective strategy. We need to buy Pokeballs. Don't let me forget that. It's probably a pretty ineffective, like, growth strategy to post pants. It's cold today. Post pants. It's probably a pretty ineffective growth strategy to, like, post on those on like YouTube and TikTok, expecting people to like migrate over to Twitch, where both YouTube and TikTok have way better discovery than Twitch does. And especially since people are like finding me on YouTube and TikTok and engaging with my content there, I figured YouTube and TikTok would be likely to recommend my streams to people on those platforms. I have a TikTok posted today, over 100,000? What the hell? What TikTok? Send it to me, I want to see. 100,000 is crazy. Or are you saying like 100K is not crazy and that I'm silly for being excited that one of mine got to almost 1,000 views? Is that what is that the idea here? Haha, womp womp. Post shorts. I get it. I got a bagpiper to wake up our Mission Arlington group. That's great. I love that. That's super funny. quick attack. Actually, let's sand attack him a couple of times. Yep, that was a mistake. Texted it to me. Can you Discord it to me? So I can pull it up on the stream? Even though that will brick the stream here. Never mind. But yes, dinos are great. Dinos are great. Over 100,000 people have seen my back today. Your back? Like you weren't wearing a shirt? Or you mean your whole ass was out? The way you exposed Will's whole ass on the stream. Yeah, I cannot click off of OBS. I cannot click off of OBS because the stream starts effing whenever I'm multi-streaming like this. Oh, it's bad. It's not great. Good lord. Where is it? Glitch City? Hold on. I actually don't know if it'll let me do this. Oh, I bet like I can do like that. I bet I can do like that. Okay. Let's do this. Holy God! That's crazy, dog. What the hell? Okay. Is it still glitching? Dude, they're so loud. You don't have to show it? I'm showing it, Cameron. Everybody on the stream is going to see your whole back. Poor kids. The annual bagpipes. Here, this is it. I don't understand why it's giving me so much Abed on here. How do I full screen a TikTok? Full screen. Holy God, it's loud. Yeah. I don't think it's going to play. $21,000 likes is crazy. Yeah, it's not going to play. I did not mean to derail the stream. I was just sharing a fact. I wanted to see it. Yeah, it's really annoying that my PC can't handle streaming to other platforms. But that's fine, because I'm still highly considering getting another one. It's not even a good video. I think it's just the idea people liked so much. That's what I'm saying, man. I mean, also, like, it's a fun video. Like, something spontaneous and fun like that is definitely like the exact kind of thing that would pop off and do really well, I think. But I'm telling you, man, you never know what's gonna do well and what's not gonna do well. Because the algorithm is weird, and sometimes people find stuff, and sometimes your stuff just languishes in the dark forever. Oops. Also, another thing, if I don't like start getting... Cameron's on YouTube, Radiant's on TikTok, and so like I'm definitely getting people on both YouTube and TikTok. I mean, YouTube and Twitch. If I don't start getting people come through on TikTok, I'm probably just gonna scrap TikTok, just so that, because TikTok, a big reason why my computer is so laggy is because I can't just have OBS open. TikTok has their whole other streaming app that I have to use as well as OBS. I can't like do it through OBS for whatever reason. It's very stupid. And I was going to say, I don't even have a TikTok yet. Yeah, Twitch, sorry. I have to do it through like TikTok's stupid app, and it's really poorly designed. And so like running OBS and the TikTok app, streaming out of both at the same time, I think is the main thing that's really murdering my PC. Try Stream Elements, maybe. In my experience, Stream Elements, not Stream Elements, Streamlabs, is heavier than OBS even is. Stream Elements, I know of their website, but I don't think they have like an actual streaming platform, do they? But the reason why I use OBS is because it's highly efficient. Okay, how come their supersonic gets to work and my supersonic doesn't? Oh, come on. Stream Elements, yes. I know art streamers who use it, though no idea about multi-stream. I prefer YouTube over Twitch as a user. I also have YouTube Premium, though. That's true. I also have YouTube Premium, and it is very much worth it. But for a while, I watched Hassan Piker pretty much every day of my life. And for a while, Hassan was multicasting on both Twitch and YouTube. And ew, Hassan. No, Hassan is great. And from my experience, people who say ooh Hassan have not watched very much of Hassan streams, but have only seen like clips. But for a while there, Hassan was multi-streaming. He was streaming on Twitch and YouTube, and I really don't watch a whole lot of live content on YouTube, and so I watched more live content on YouTube at that point. And YouTube's mobile player is way better than Twitch's mobile player is. Twitch's mobile player freaking sucks. And so I enjoyed as a user using YouTube's mobile player as well. I have actually, haha, not a fan. Sad day, because I definitely, like I said, I watch Hassan pretty much every day of my life. But yeah, I prefer YouTube as well as a user over Twitch. I like Twitch, and I feel like Twitch has better content creators. Like, I feel like there are a lot more, like, Bluey is still alive. Bluey is still alive, thank God. Like, I feel like, you know, Jinxie and Sketch and Queso and, like, Jason the Ween and IShowSpeed, all of those people came up through Twitch and, like, have diversified on other platforms as well, but, like, they were, like, Twitch content creators originally. And YouTube has... Oh, shoot. I didn't want to do that. I guess I had to. Twitch has content creators like Ludwig is on YouTube, I guess. I might be in trouble here, buddies. Actually. Like Ludwig is on YouTube. I don't know of a whole lot of other great like streamer creators who have come up in the YouTube space. But YouTube is really great for like discoverability. I'll give it that. And like I said, I like YouTube's platform a lot more. But I think YouTube... Oh, God. That was so close. I feel like the way that like Twitch enforces their TOS feels a lot more fair than YouTube as well. Like I feel like YouTube really arbitrarily bans a lot of people and applies their TOS pretty inconsistently. This is not good. That's fine. I don't need a super potion. I just need a regular potion. That'll help. Nice. That's what we needed. Lord. So yeah, I feel like Twitch is better to creators and for creators than YouTube is. But neither platform is super awesome. But I haven't streamed on YouTube a whole lot. Like, if discoverability is really like a whole lot better on YouTube. Uh-oh. Yep, that hurts. That hurts. Okay, we're doing this. I need... to get rid of this paralysis. Oh. Oh, I don't like that. I'm gonna wind down for the day. Stay alive, Bluey. Wind down? It's not even 8 o'clock. Oh my god. That was way too close. Yikes. That was close. We old over here? Okay. Uh-oh, uh-oh. If that had been a crit, we would have lost him. Holy god. We've got to grind some. There were still 2 trainers over there I didn't even hit. That was horrifying. Where was I? The dinosaurs. The dinosaurs is really great. Well, I don't know about really great. I really liked life on our planet. I was not as big of a fan of the dinosaurs. The dinosaurs was fine. I didn't find it, you know, terribly offensive or anything. But, like I was saying before... Oh, this is an encounter. Shoot. I almost messed that up. We need to buy Pokeballs. Chat did not remind me. Which they were supposed to do. What was I saying? One thing that life on our planet did that the dinosaurs took to a whole new extreme. This is our encounter. Here we go. What do we get? Another Pidgey? Are you kidding me? That's so dumb. What do I want another Pidgey for? I need a name for it, chat. Anybody got a name? Two Pidgeys. What's an old man name? Yes. How do you spell Eustace? Whenever I think old man, the old man from Courage the Cowardly Dog is the guy that comes to mind. Pie! Okay, we'll name him Pie. That's a good one. Even though Pie is not an old man name, Cameron. But Pie is a good name. Okay. Ernest? Aw, we should have done Ernest! Too late. Ernest would have been great, though. Okay, let's go get our encounter in Diglett Cave. And we can get a Route 11 encounter. We really need this Diglett here. And Zoran is the guy for this, because Diglett's ground type moves will not hurt me. Please don't be a Dugtrio. Watch me be like the you'll search in this cave for a year trying to find a Dugtrio. Level 17? Ay ay ay. Oh! Haha, dummy. Let's see here. Ground moves don't affect flying types. We need a new name for Diglett. You got a name for Diglett, Cameron? Get in the ball. Ayy. Okay, this Diglett is going to help us tremendously in the electric type gym in just a second. Diglett, the mole Pokemon. Diglett lives around 1 yard underground, where it feeds on plant roots. It sometimes appears above ground. I've only ever seen it above ground. You said Ernest earlier for the old man name. Do we want to nickname Diglett Ernest? Or how about Molly? Or Dalton! That's fun, I like it. That's cute. Oh! Don't put him in Sheol! He's not dead. Okay, let's put this Pidgey in the freaking box. And get Dalton. Dalton the Diglett! Okay, I love it. Okay, move Pokemon. We want Diglett to not be in Sheol. And this is Pie that we just got. Oh. Why is Spoons in here? Because I guess I couldn't train it. I kind of need Spoons, though. I kind of need Spoons, though. Honestly, it feels like the choice to make here is get rid of Tata and take Spoons. But the issue here is Spoons is... We're gonna have to switch train him. Okay, we'll use a rare candy on him. I have one rare candy. And that'll help a little bit. Rare candy, elevator level 10. Does not learn a move. What TMs do we have? Oh, Water Pulse is actually pretty decent. Oh, Rock Tomb is pretty decent too. We'll go ahead and give this to Dalton. Because... it'll be super convenient, like the computer might switch in ground types against Dalton, thinking that, you know, his ground type moves won't affect their flying types, and then we can hit him with a rock type move. So that'll be good. And Water Pulse is pretty decent here for Bluey. Instead of Water Gun. I guess we'll get rid of Bubble before Water Gun, though. Okay. And now we're gonna switch train Spoons here. And I know that the Diglets have Arena Trap in Diglett Cave, so I don't think I can switch train there. I can't remember if an Arena Trap keeps me from switching out. Or if it keeps me from fleeing. The opponent cannot run or switch. So yeah, we don't want to go train in Diglett Cave, because we will need to switch train. And fighting against Pokemon that don't let us switch does not seem like a very effective way to switch train. But I'm pretty sure one of these guys has a Pikachu. I guess we'll do... I guess we'll do Bluey. Water Pulse is nice because it does a decent amount of damage, but it also has a chance to confuse, which that's always a nice little bonus. As I was saying about the dinosaurs. What... Oh, there's the Pikachu. Shoot. I needed Spoons for that. What Life on Our Planet did... Life on Our Planet and the dinosaurs were made by the same people. Oh yeah, you're done. And Life on Our Planet did this thing where they used the documentary footage as well as CGI footage of dinosaurs. And they would do like long segments of like just purely documentary footage. And to me, that felt like a cost-saving measure to keep from having to, like, you know, make dinosaurs. Level 20? Good God. Not very effective, you pud. And I was like, you know what, that's fine. Life on Our Planet was pretty ambitious. It was a big series, and it covered everything from the Cambrian period all the way up until like modern day. And so I respected that. I always love one that like covers every single period throughout time. That's always really cool. And I very much was, so like, it felt really ambitious. It was a big project, and so it felt fine for them to like kind of have some cost-saving measures by doing this documentary stuff. And the documentary stuff always kind of lent itself to expanding on ideas that were established by like the dinosaurs or by like certain stages of the evolution of life. Nice. Like they had a whole thing on like, you know, beetles and on flying insects. Like during the Carboniferous, you get like massive flying insects, and probably the first flying insects, if I remember correctly. And so after like they show flying insects, they're like, see, flying insects evolved. And then they're like, the diversity of flying insects has been astounding, and they do a whole segment on like insects like all over the world today and their diversity now. And in Life on Our Planet, I thought that was fine. They pull that same kind of strategy. Why didn't they just use real footage of dinosaurs? Because no non-avian dinosaur is alive anymore, unfortunately. Or all kinds of extinct animals that were in Life on Our Planet, like Anomalocaris and Poposuchus and Postosuchus and Rhynchornis and wake up, Moss Chops and Gorgonops and other ones. There's a lot of things that were alive that are not alive anymore, that were not non-avian dinosaurs. This is crazy, by the way. Wake up. You're gonna get beat by a Bellsprout? Uh-oh. Wake up. That was dumb. I think we just killed this. No, we didn't. It was stupid. Oh, come on. God, finally. So, Life on Our Planet used a lot of documentary footage to supplement, like, extinct animal CGI footage because that's expensive. That's understandable. They pulled the same stunt in the dinosaurs, and it really felt cheap in the dinosaurs. The dinosaurs is a 4-episode series. So already 4 episodes of like 40-minute episodes. Like, already you're not producing a whole lot of content here. And on top of that, like a full quarter of it maybe is like documentary footage of not dinosaur stuff. And if I'm watching a series called The Dinosaurs, I want to be watching dinosaurs, not documentary footage of angiosperms again, and they they pulled that whole segment for a second time. You know, they did a whole segment on the evolution of flowering plants. Did I say angiosperms? I meant gymnosperms. They pulled a whole segment on the evolution of They pulled a whole segment on the evolution of flowering plants in life on our planet, and then they just pulled that again in the dinosaurs. Like, we didn't just watch it in life on our planet. And ooh, I'm out of super potions. I don't need a super potion though. Just a regular potion. Probably. Oh, come on. Don't kill me. Well, that's very frustrating. Mulligan. Mulligan. Cameron, are you still here? I say mulligan. Because we're not going to get another ground type before this electric type gem, and it's going to be the pain in the butt to beat without a ground type. I guess I have the Dig TM. Freak, that's annoying. Let's see what encounter we get here. If I get like a Sandshrew here, then I won't mulligan. Spearow. Yeah, I'm gonna mulligan. Nobody's even here watching this crap. Unless you're lurking, Cameron. In which case, tell me whether or not I can mulligan. Forget this. Forget it. This dadgummit. I don't want to fight this kid. Okay, one Pokemon is fine. A poison type is annoying. A level 21 poison type is crazy. Yikes. Let's do Bellsprout and see what happens. Does this paralyze me? Crap. I'm trying to paralyze you. Oh, but mine misses. Of course. This is getting freaking annoying. I'm gonna lose something here. Lord. Okay. We are gonna mulligan, and we're gonna go back to Vermilion City and train in Vermilion. And it's gonna take us a while to train in Vermilion City, but my Pokemon are weak right now. I've got to grind for a little while. So anyways, it annoyed me that like the dinosaurs used so much documentary footage, and especially like they didn't even focus on like certain animals. Like before they focused on like insects, and then they would like show like the ancestors of animals that they were showing that were evolving in CGI. Then they would show them in like documentary footage. And this, like, almost all of the documentary footage is... Did I heal? Yes. Almost all of the documentary footage is... of, like, the environment and, like, catastrophes. So, the whole storyline is it followed the 3 geologic periods that dinosaurs, non-avian dinosaurs, are alive for. Dinosaurs... The hell is that? Is that TikTok? Why is TikTok telling me that? Do this. Hold on. I think that's the TikTok app that's doing that. Inactivity detected in your live. Live will end. Don't end. I'm not inactive. I'm right here. What do you mean it's inactive? Let's do this. And now, we can come back here. Uh-oh. Goodness gracious. Okay. And now, if I need to check on TikTok, I can do that here. Yeah, we're fine. We're still alive. We're good. So like all of the real footage that the dinosaurs uses is of like the environment. It covers the 3 major geologic periods in which non-avian dinosaurs exist. Dinosaurs very first evolved during the Triassic period, which was over 200 million years ago, long time ago. And this is where we're going to train for now. Ooh. Actually, we're not going to do this. I mean, we are going to do this. We're going to train here. But we're going to put spoons in the daycare. Okay, Rock Tomb's inaccuracy is kind of crazy. God dang, Diglett is fragile. Why can't you hit anything? We just almost lost it again. For 51 XP. So dumb. For the love of God, take this Abra. And while Spoons is in there, we'll take Tata back out. And we're getting all these Pokemon up to level, like, 20 before we start training over there. The three major geologic periods in which the dinosaurs, the non-avian dinosaurs, lived are the Triassic, the Jurassic, and the Cretaceous period. And so the episodes of the dinosaurs are 4 episodes. The first one is the Triassic period. The second one is for the Jurassic period. And the last 2 are for the Cretaceous period. The third episode is for the early Cretaceous. And the last episode is for the late Cretaceous. And that's a fun format. I do appreciate the show actually like showing the Triassic period. I feel like not a lot of shows, like the dinosaurs from the Triassic period, are not exactly super famous, and therefore they can be, I don't know, some people might consider them to be kind of boring, even though many of the dinosaurs from the Triassic period are great. But more than just dinosaurs from the Triassic period are Pseudotsuchians during the Triassic period. So dinosaurs start to evolve in like the mid to late Triassic period. The animals that are the big kids on the block all throughout the Triassic period. God dang, Dalton. Why can he not take a hit? It's 2 levels weaker than you. A tackle does a third of your damage? Should have used quick attack. This is crazy. What the hell? This is crazy. This is pissing me off. For like no XP. Sitting here risking my life, not growing at all. Dinosaurs first evolved during the mid to late Triassic period. The big kids on the block are the Pseudotsuchians, and the dinosaurs. The show, it's very confusing to talk about the show because it's called The Dinosaurs, which, like I said, is a really stupid name. But the show kept on saying like that the dinosaurs had to compete with the reptiles, and like by the reptiles they mean like Pseudotsuchia, they mean other reptile groups that were like, I mean, very competitive with alongside the dinosaurs that the dinosaurs did have to compete with. But because the show keeps on saying like, oh, the dinosaurs have to compete with the reptiles, it makes it sound like dinosaurs are not reptiles, which they are, to the extent that like reptile is a very useful category for animals back then. Yeah, this Diglett sucks. Can't hit, can't take a hit, can't like, does nothing whenever it does actually hit. God dang. So that was annoying that it is a complete, incorrect statement. I mean, like, they never say that dinosaurs aren't reptiles, but they, like I said, they're constantly saying like, oh, they have to compete with the reptiles. Like, they aren't reptiles. You could just say they have to compete with the other reptiles, and that would be fine. But Pseudotsuchia is one of the major branches of Archosauria. So Archosaurs there are 3 main branches of Archosaurs. One of those branches is the dinosaurs, Dinosauria. Another branch is the pterosaurs, And then the third branch is Pseudotsuchians. Pseudotsuchians includes everything in the family that is the same family that will eventually include modern-day crocodiles and alligators. Sukia is like Greek for alligator or something, I think. But the suffix Sukian or Sukia is all over the Pseudotsuchian family because they are like crocodiles, even though they aren't technically. Like the family that eventually will become modern day crocodiles and alligators doesn't evolve for a very long time, like after the Cretaceous period. After the Cretaceous period or during the Cretaceous period, I can't remember. But they evolve much, much later. But during the Triassic period, like the big boys on the block are the Pseudotsuchians. They are massive reptiles that are massively diverse. You have like crocodilian-like animals that are in the water, on the land, like that have adapted for like running, that have adapted for digging. You have herbivorous Pseudotsuchians. Like Pseudotsuchians are extremely diverse during the Triassic period, and they fill a whole lot of different ecological niches. And eventually, some species evolve that differentiate themselves from Pseudotsuchians. The main thing that we think. So, there's the branch Archosaurus, and it splits into two different families: Pseudotsuchia and Avametatarsalia. Avametatarsalia is the family that will include pterosaurs and dinosaurs. And so Avametatarsalia develops. It's believed that feathers develop at some point during Avametatarsalia, and that attribute is common to both pterosaurs and dinosaurs, and did not develop in Archosaurus as a whole because we don't see any evidence of like feathers for crocodilians or Pseudotsuchians, but we see evidence for not just dinosaurs, all kinds of different dinosaurs, including Ornithischian dinosaurs and Saurischian dinosaurs. We see evidence for feathers in all kinds of dinosaurs, but we have feathers as well on pterosaurs. They have pycnofibers, which are like little tiny feathers that are essentially kind of like hairs. And so we believe that like feathers is a common trait that can be traced to a common ancestor of both Avametatarsalia and Dinosauria, but not Archosaurus. And so like the first dinosaurs that evolve probably have feathers. They probably also are some level of warm-blooded more than pretty much every Pseudotsuchian. It's believed that almost all the Pseudotsuchians are entirely cold-blooded, which means they are unable to self-regulate their body temperature. They have to rely on the environment to regulate their body temperature. And the dinosaurs and maybe pterosaurs at some point develop some level of warm-bloodedness, and that helps to differentiate themselves during a competition with the Pseudotsuchians. And the show makes sure to point that out. Like one of the earliest dinosaurs, not dinosaurs. It's not even a dinosaur yet. It's not even an Archosaur. I don't think. I think it's an Archosauromorph or Archosauriform, which is like before even Archosauria. But it makes sure to distinguish that one of the things that probably gave dinosaurs a competitive edge over Pseudotsuchians during the Triassic period and probably helped them during the in-Triassic extinction event was the fact that pretty much probably all dinosaurs, most dinosaurs, had some degree of warm-bloodedness. Some of them probably had a pretty high degree of warm-bloodedness. And that probably gave them a competitive edge, and they made sure to point that out in the documentary. I think that that's cool. Like I said, I appreciate that they point that out. I appreciate that they do a whole episode on the Triassic period, because I feel like that one doesn't get a whole lot of love, because there are not a lot of great dinosaurs in the Triassic period, even though, like I say like dinosaurs, but Herrerasaurus is a freaking incredible dinosaur. We're actually not sure if it is even really a dinosaur. We don't know where to classify it necessarily, but it's very dinosaur-like. And seemingly is the body plan that a lot of theropod dinosaurs that come later will eventually follow. Herrerasaurus is a very cool dinosaur. Platycerus is a incredible early sauropodomorph. Compsognathus is great Coelophysis. Like, there's a lot of really great Triassic dinosaurs, and unfortunately they don't get a whole lot of love. I think that you can make Triassic period episodes way more interesting by focusing on dinosaurs a lot, but really focusing on Pseudotsuchians, because they're super cool. Postosuchus and Poposuchus are both, like, not Tyrannosaurus Rex sized, but big animals like that, like size of rhinoceros animals that are bipedal predatory Pseudotsuchians, and they're awesome. Like, there are some really, really cool Pseudotsuchians, and so I was really disappointed by the dinosaurs, because they did a whole episode on the Triassic, and they just didn't give you a whole lot of cool Pseudotsuchians or like other, non-dinosaur reptiles, unfortunately. And I really think that was done to, like, save cost. Like, they reuse models all the time. It's really frustrating. They'll be like, there'll be a scene with sauropods, and they'll be like, here are some sauropods. And they don't name the actual sauropods that are there, because they made, like, one sauropod model, and they just kept on reusing it for the whole show. Same way with, there's this specific... I never heard of it before, so I don't remember what it's called, or even really what family it's part of. But there's this one, like, Pseudotsuchian-like animal, this other reptile that early dinosaurs are in competition with, and they go throughout several different periods of the Triassic, and they use a couple of different things that are supposed to be a couple of different animals. But it's definitely just the same model of that same Pseudotsuchian over and over again, just slightly tweaked. Like, they didn't want to make a new model, and so they didn't make a whole lot of Pseudotsuchians, because they needed all of the Pseudotsuchians to be basically that one model, which was annoying. They do that as well throughout a lot of the show. They use a lot of models from Life on Our Planet. They use the exact same Allosaurus model as Life on Our Planet, I'm almost positive. They use the exact same Triceratops model. They use very similar sauropod models as Life on Our Planet. They do a really good Mamenchosaurus for the Jurassic episode. That was really fun. I did really appreciate their Mamenchosaurus, whatever. I don't know how you pronounce it. I have always said Mamenchosaurus, and I feel like I've always heard other people say Mamenchosaurus, but in the show they said Mamenchosaurus. So I don't know. Mamenchosaurus was a sauropod. It had an extremely long neck, even for a sauropod. But they did this really cool like red coloration on its like neck and head. Okay. And I thought that was very fun. I thought they did a good job with that. Let's swap this before he dies. So that was nice. I thought they did a good job with that. And the late Carnian pluvial episode makes an appearance. That was super exciting to see. The late Carnian, the Carnian pluvial event, or Carnian pluvial episode, was a period of time where, like, it seems like a bunch of carbon got released into the atmosphere for some reason, and it made it rain for like 1 million years. It rained like more during that period of time than it rained. Like rain happened more densely, more often during that period of time than has ever happened in the history of the planet. Don't I have a flying type move? I guess not. Daredevil needs a flying type move. Ooh. Nice. What does this do? And it rained so much for that period of time, and it really helped increase plant biodiversity. A whole bunch of new species of plants evolved. And being able to take advantage of, it's believed that like very early dinosaurs were very herbivorous. Like a lot of early dinosaur species were herbivorous. And so it's believed that that helped them kind of outcompete as well during the Triassic period, outcompete Pseudotsuchians, getting to take advantage of all this new plant diversity that happened because of the Carnian pluvial episode, that was super exciting to see. Love the Carnian pluvial episode. It's very fun to say. But so like whenever they did Carnian pluvial episode, that's in the very first one. I was like, oh my god, Carnian pluvial event. I love that. That's awesome. And they do like, you know, a solid 5 or 6 minutes of like talking about this event that happened and showing a bunch of shots of like rain and plants. That's all just documentary footage. And I was like, okay, this is nice. I like that they're, you know, focusing on extinction events and environmental events, not recognizing that for the rest of the show, they were just going to use that as an excuse to not show dinosaurs, and that was really annoying. So, as much as I appreciate that they included the Carnian pluvial episode, I quickly became annoyed by why they were including it. But it's fine, I guess. It is what it is. The Jurassic episode was really great. And a lot of people complain about both life on our planet and the dinosaurs. Model for Allosaurus. Allosaurus makes an appearance in the second episode of the dinosaurs. And Allosaurus is just one of my favorite theropod dinosaurs. It's so cool. Theropod dinosaurs are the ones that, like, if you imagine like this, you know, they walk around like they got their hands like this. They're grabby. Like T-Rex is a theropod. Velociraptor is a theropod. And even though they don't do like this, like everybody does like this whenever they're trying to imitate a theropod dinosaur, but theropods can't pronate their hands, so they have to be like this all the time. Like in the Jurassic Park series, you see them pronate their hands like this. Technically, theropods were not biomechanically capable of pronating their hands. They have to keep the palms of their hands pointed at their chest. They cannot point. They cannot without twisting their like us, we can point at our hands because we can point our hand towards our chest. Can you hear this? Yeah. We can point our hand towards our chest without turning our forearm. We can rotate our hand to point towards the ground, which is pronating it. Dinosaurs can't do that. They can pull their arm up to make their palm face the ground, but they can't rotate their hand like that to make it face the ground. That's really important because theropod dinosaurs will eventually become birds. And if you think about like the way that a bird flaps its hands, like it's not, like this. It's like, it brings its wings up like this and flaps towards its chest. So yeah, theropod dinosaurs can't pronate their hands. My point is, I was explaining what a theropod dinosaur is, and so I use that as like a short term for to make you imagine what a theropod is. But technically, they can't pronate their hands like this. And Allosaurus is a theropod dinosaur. It is like the apex predator of the Jurassic period. It's just everywhere. Allosaurus, covers a wide range of territory and is extremely numerous. We have lots of different Allosaurus specimens because they were thriving in the Jurassic. Oh. Critical hits, man. They will mess you up in this game. And Allosaurus is one of my favorite theropods because of the way it has two crests above its eyes. Or, I guess not above its eyes, below its eyes, and between its snout and its eye, it has a crest that ends right at the eye. And those crests are very cool. I like them a lot. They remind me of like racing fins. Like they come up and they almost get rendered a lot as like a devil horn, but not this way, like this way. They're cool. I love Allosaurus and its crests. And I feel like you have to get the crests just right in order for it to feel really cool. And both Life on Our Planet and the dinosaurs did a really good job of making Allosaurus look really cool. I do know that a lot of paleontology people have been annoyed by the Allosaurus reconstructions, primarily because its feet are really large for some reason in the Life on Our Planet and the dinosaurs reconstructions, but also it has a bunch of scaly osteoderms on its back, which makes it look very crocodilian. And dinosaurs had diversified at this point so far away from other crocodilians that it's never very accurate to make them look crocodile-y. And so people are upset that it's scaly like a crocodile. I also I'm not a huge fan of that, but I think it does look cool. And I think that making a dinosaur look as accurate as possible while still looking really cool is a big priority for me. I'm even fine with maybe losing a couple of points on accuracy to gain a couple of points on coolness, because I think that especially as a kid, you get into dinosaurs based off of how they look and how cool their behavior is in the documentary that you're watching. And if the dinosaur looks really cool, it leaves a bigger impression upon you, and you're more inclined to remember it and think about it as one of your favorites or whatever. And so I'm all for just the slightest little bit of inaccuracy to make a dinosaur look cooler. The Jurassic Park Allosaurus is very bad. the Jurassic Park Allosaurus is very inaccurate and does not look great. Like they're trying to make it look cool, and it just doesn't. And on top of that, it's super inaccurate. So that's the gamble with like trying to make it look cool. Is if you make it look so cool that it's like not really accurate at all, then you've messed up entirely. But I am okay with the loss of a little bit of accuracy to make a dinosaur look cooler. I also think, like I said, not only like the biggest things that leave an impression on you, like especially things that left an impression on me as a kid, are not only the dinosaur looking cool, but also behaving in interesting ways based off of like science that we understand, or maybe not even necessarily science that we understand, but like speculation that is really plausible. If you don't give every species something interesting and memorable for your like brain to grab onto, then the documentary just feels really boring to me. Like it feels like it was pointless for this particular segment on like this particular animal to have happened, because I didn't recognize or learn anything interesting here. And so I thought that they did a good job with Allosaurus as well in the dinosaurs, because its whole little like narrative arc is really memorable. It follows like a young, really hungry male Allosaurus, and it encounters a larger, older female Allosaurus that has killed a sauropod and is eating it. And the male Allosaurus is like, yo, I would love to have some of that. And the female Allosaurus turns around and she's like battle scarred from like fights that it's been in the past. And so like its whole like the side of its jaw is like gone, and you can like see its teeth. It's very cool, and like is a very like understandable. We have tons of Allosaurus specimens that have been injured and their injuries have healed. Allosaurus got beat up all the time, and so it's very plausible that kind of thing would have happened. And so later on, the female Allosaurus territorially like tackles the male Allosaurus and is acting like it's going to kill him, but it doesn't. It just like is threatening him. And then it walks away. Later on, the male Allosaurus is trying to get a Stegosaurus, and the female Allosaurus also comes up and tries to get that Stegosaurus. The Stegosaurus kills the female Allosaurus, and the male Allosaurus eats the female Allosaurus, because we have evidence that Allosaurus, like most carnivorous dinosaurs, we have evidence that Allosaurus was cannibalistic. It would eat other Allosauruses. And so that whole like arc of like this really memorable Allosaurus with the cool like scar, and then like the whole little story of it like challenging the younger one and the younger one eating the older one, that is the exact kind of thing that like my brain latches onto now and would latch onto as a kid, as like, oh cool, Allosauruses are cannibals and they're cutthroat and they'll get you. And remember that one Allosaurus that had its like whole mouth, you know, torn up or whatever? Like I would definitely remember that. Like one of the interesting things that I remember all the time, there's these two different, I think they're Japanese paleo documentaries that came out back in the day whenever I was a kid. One was on Mosasaurus, and the other one was on Dinochirus. Each documentary, I think like each one was like an hour long, and they each only cover one genus, and that was super cool. You just got really in-depth information. But like there's a moment in the Mosasaurus one where they're trying to reinforce the idea that the theory that Mosasaurs were more intelligent than we kind of thought that they were. Mosasaurs are lepidosaurs, which are the same family as like snakes and lizards. And lepidosaurs are not always exactly known for their like extreme intelligence. And so we never really thought Mosasaurus was an extremely intelligent animal. But test 1 2 3. Yeah, it's still going. We never thought Mosasaurus was an a terribly intelligent animal. But we started finding these ammonite shells. Ammonites are, think like a nautilus today. So like ammonites are cephalopods or cephalopods, if you want to like pronounce the Greek correctly or whatever. Ammonites are cephalopods like squids and octopuses that are able to grow shells, and like they grew shells of all different kind of shapes, but this particular one is like a spiral shell. Think like a cinnamon roll, like a honey bun, and so it spirals like that, and then at the end there's a hole, and that's where like the tentacles of the ammonite come out. And there's all these chambers inside that shell that help the ammonite control its buoyancy. And they help the ammonite control its buoyancy. Oh, come on. And so it needs like all those chambers in the shell to be functioning in order to properly like control its vertical movement in the water. And there is evidence that because like the shell is really tough and hard to get through. You want to get the soft ammonite that's on the inside, but it can suck itself into its shell and protect itself. And we have evidence of bite marks in the shells in the fossilized shells of ammonites, and the holes of the little holes that are in the shell match up perfectly with mosasaur jaws, the teeth in mosasaur jaws. And so it seems like these mosasaurs were coming and biting on these shells, but not consuming the shell itself, which led people to theorize that maybe these mosasaurs are going around, like there's a whole like school of ammonites in the water. The mosasaur knows that they're going to be swimming around and avoiding it. It's going to be very hard for it to not only catch the ammonite, but also pull the ammonite out of the shell. And so what the mosasaur does is it makes a pass, and it bites several of the shells to breach the chambers inside the shell, so that the ammonite can no longer control its buoyancy and can't be as maneuverable. And then on the second pass, the mosasaur will come by and just yank all of the vulnerable ammonites now that are just floundering in the water. It'll just pull the ammonites right out of their shell. And they depict the mosasaur doing that in this documentary that I watched as a kid. And that has stuck with me forever. The fact that like mosasaurs could do that, but also that mosasaurs were probably pretty intelligent animals. That just was so cool to me as a kid. And so like making sure that you get moments like that in there for like every single animal in the documentary feels really important. And that's something that the dinosaurs didn't do super incredibly. They got a lot of really fun, memorable moments for a lot of the species in this documentary, but there were a lot of them that were not super memorable at all. And for a couple of the really interesting, memorable moments, there's like no commentary on those moments, and so I just didn't take advantage of those interesting moments to like educate you. I don't know. It just wasn't. It didn't. I don't know. It wasn't a great series. But they did do Allosaurus really well. They made Allosaurus really memorable, even though apparently the Allosaurus models are not totally accurate. They did as well have a great moment like that for Spinosaurus. Oh, so there were two really great ones. So we've covered the Triassic episode, we've covered the Jurassic episode, and now then there's two Cretaceous episodes. One for the early to like mid-ish, late-ish Cretaceous, and then one for the late Cretaceous. So in the third episode, which covers like the early, mid, late-ish Cretaceous, you get Spinosaurus, and I wasn't a huge fan of the model of Spinosaurus. I get, like, for a lot of the models, it feels like they're trying to make them feel not very shrink-wrapped, so they're trying to, like, put a lot of meat on their bones. But it just kind of made them into, like, these big, blobby shapes. I don't know. It just didn't work very well. It also made them really round. Like, the Tyrannosaurus reconstruction in this series is not good. I'm not a fan. It literally, it looked like Barney the dinosaur because they, like, rounded it off so much. I don't know. I don't know why, like, so many of its features are round. I get that they're trying to not make it, like, super sharp and angular like the Jurassic Park T-Rex, which is pretty inaccurate for a T-Rex. But you don't have to make it so, like, soft and weird and round looking. I don't know. It wasn't great. The best T-Rex and the best Paleo series, if you're hearing me talking about the dinosaurs and you're like, oh man, this doesn't sound very good, but I really wanted to watch an interesting Paleo series, the best one to watch is Prehistoric Planet. Apple TV's Prehistoric Planet is the premier Paleo documentary series that's releasing now. It is so good. The models are so good. The rendering is so good. The animation on the models is so good. Okay, die now. Thank you. The story is great. The narration is great. The education is great. Prehistoric Planet is incredible. So good. Highly recommend. Oh, I should run from this. Okay. And speaking of the models and the animation and stuff, like I wasn't a huge fan of the Spinosaurus model. I feel like a lot of the models in the dinosaurs were not great. Some of them were pretty decent. I liked the Dilophosaurus model. I really liked. I can't remember the name of it either. It was another Triassic theropod. I don't really know if it is actually a theropod or just like an early dinosaur form thing. Liliansaurus, that's what it was. Liliansaurus, that model was really cool. I did like that one. I didn't like their Dilophosaurus very much. I liked their Allosaurus a lot. I really liked their Ankylosaurus. I thought that was really good. But I wasn't a fan of their Spinosaurus model. Something about it just feels a little too, like, I don't know. Like, they didn't put a lot of effort into it. None of the rendering is really great either. They very much feel like CG models imposed in, onto documentary footage. Some of the renders are pretty great here and there. But a lot of them are not very good. Some of the models are pretty good. A lot of them are not very good either. But the worst thing that just always takes me out of it. Before we leave here, let's get Zoran up to 20. The thing that just absolutely takes me out of it about the models and stuff in the dinosaurs is the animation. The animation is so anthropomorphic, I guess is the word. Like, it's just too exaggerated. Anthropomorphic is the word. It just feels like every animal is making like facial expressions and having reactions that are so like Disney Pixar coded. Like, it just isn't, it's not it. So the animations were the worst part of the models and stuff in the dinosaurs. And that is one of the things that Prehistoric Planet really excels at. Like, the animations for the models feel so like natural and animal-like. You really get the sense that they studied a lot of references to make them feel like, make their behavior feel like animals that we are more familiar with today. It just, Prehistoric Planet, man. If you want to watch the dinosaurs, don't. Skip it and just watch Prehistoric Planet if you have not already. What else? Oh, Spinosaurus. I thought it was interesting. They very much waded into the debate. That's a pun. Spinosaurus is just like, you want to start a firestorm in the comments. Start talking like you know anything about Spinosaurus, because nobody does. And everybody has to caveat everything that they say all of the time, because Spinosaurus is very controversial, but becoming less controversial now with the discovery and description of Spinosaurus mirabilis. So that's very exciting. But Spinosaurus is very controversial. One of the biggest things that is controversial about Spinosaurus is the debate between whether or not Spinosaurus swam and dove in deep water, pursuing prey in deep water, or if Spinosaurus waded into shallower water and snatched up smaller prey in shallower water. There have been a lot of things about Spinosaurus that have made it look more aquatic than less in the past. Its teeth are... Ooh! Zoran is evolving! Let's go! Its teeth are very well designed for catching fish. But whenever we found its legs are really low to the ground, which makes that kind of feel like it swam. Especially whenever we found its tail. Its tail is long and broad and flat, kind of like a alligator tail, like a crocodile's tail almost. And so people have been like, yo, maybe they swim around like an alligator or a crocodile. Spinosaurus has the big sail on its back. They also speculate, maybe the sail somehow helped it in water. That was definitely a lot of the earlier speculation. And since then, a lot of science has been done that shows that no, the tail really wasn't super well suited or designed for swimming. And the sail on its back almost certainly, it was very inflexible. It almost certainly wouldn't have helped it be very hydrodynamic as well. And so some papers came out that seemed to support the idea that Spinosaurus was waded in the shallows of the water and didn't swim into the open water to pursue prey. We should probably stock up on potions. Uh, but the debate still raged on, and still rages on, but less so ever since Spinosaurus mirabilis came out, because Spinosaurus mirabilis, in addition to the broad, flat tail, another theory for why the sail is there, if not to help it swim, another theory for why the sail is there and why the tail is so flat and broad is maybe it was for display. Maybe like the broad flat tail was very brightly colored and therefore would catch potential mates' attentions better, or like potential rivals could intimidate them more effectively. Maybe the tail and the sail are for display. That was like an explanation for them instead of being for swimming in deep water. And Spinosaurus mirabilis was discovered and described, and it, unlike Spinosaurus aegypticus, is the name of the first Spinosaurus species and only one that we had for a long time. Spinosaurus aegypticus does have a little bit of a sail, a crest on its head in between its eyes, but it's not very big. But Spinosaurus mirabilis has a huge, like, blade-like, think like a curved, like, knife, like a scimitar, like blade-like curved crest that comes well off of its forehead, which is very obviously for display, for either attracting mates or intimidating rivals. And so because Spinosaurus mirabilis, which is just a different species of Spinosaurus, obviously is very extravagantly adorned with display features, it makes it seem like the crest on mirabilis and the sail and the broad flat tail are all also display structures as well. And so it definitely has given more credence to the idea that Spinosaurus was not using these structures to swim, but was instead using them for display. The dinosaurs, kind of cleverly, doesn't get super involved in the debate, and it kind of rides the fence between both positions of whether or not it was a deep water swimmer or whether or not it was a wader. Because the Spinosaurus in the dinosaurs swims out into open water, into the ocean, which Spinosaurus aegypticus, which is the one that it's depicting, would have lived in North Africa on the coast of a large inland sea. I guess not inland. Basically, like what the Mediterranean is, had flooded up into northern Africa and had made like a huge, like, really only the very, uppermost bits of Northeast Africa and Northwest Africa were like peninsulas, and then the rest of everything inside of there was all ocean. And Spinosaurus aegypticus lived on the coastline of this ocean. And so the dinosaurs portrays aegypticus as swimming out into the ocean, deep water, swimming out into the ocean, but then like standing on like a rocky outcropping, I guess, in the ocean, deeper into the ocean, and keeping its snout in the water, waiting for prey to float by so that it can snatch it out of the water, which is very much like the waiting predatory style instead of the deep water pursuit style. So it shows it in deep water, it shows it swimming in deep water, but it also shows it like using like the waiting strategy for catching prey. And interestingly, they use a manifestation of later avian dinosaurs to talk about how maybe Spinosaurus could have been somewhat intelligent. Lots of avian dinosaurs are very highly intelligent, especially the larger ones. And so it's often been theorized that maybe lots of dinosaurs were very intelligent as well, just like lots of predatory birds are very intelligent, which are just modern day dinosaurs. And so they take the strategy that we see wading animals like herons actually employ in the wild today. They have Spinosaurus. Nice. They have Spinosaurus catch a smaller fish, and bite it so that it's bleeding, and then dead, and then throw that smaller fish into the ocean so that it floats to the bottom, and the blood in the water attracts larger fish like sharks to come in, check it out, and eat that smaller fish. And Spinosaurus uses the smaller fish as bait to catch one of those larger fish, which is a shark. And that's really interesting. We see some herons do that today, where they'll take a little bit of something and put it in the water to make it look like a bug. And then whenever a fish comes up to investigate, the heron will grab the fish out of the water. So that was interesting. That was like I said, you wanna give each animal that you portray in your dinosaur documentary something memorable for the audience to kind of latch onto to remember it by. So I thought they did a good job in that aspect with Spinosaurus, even if I wasn't a huge fan of the way that it was reconstructed. And a really great animal that lives in the same formation as Spinosaurus aegypticus, that seemingly Spinosaurus aegypticus preyed upon, is Onchopristis, which is a huge sawfish. It's very cool. And I wish that Onchopristis could have made an appearance. Instead, the shark that Spinosaurus catches is just like generic shark, which I'm sure they bought the model off of some stock website. And so, like I said, it just felt like they cut a lot of corners to cut costs, to keep costs down. Which, if you're going to do a dinosaur documentary, you're going to spend money, just spend money. Or don't do it. I've been talking about dinosaurs for a long time, but nobody is here hanging out. So everyone wants to learn Whirlwind? That actually could be useful. The foe is made to switch out with an ally. That could be useful. More useful than tackle. Okay, how we doing? Let's do Daredevil here while we've got some grass types to use Leech Life on. And Daredevil is part poison type, so we don't have to worry about getting poisoned. And then in the last episode, there really wasn't a whole lot that was very memorable. Yeah. the big finale is like a 5-second fight between an Ankylosaurus and a T-Rex. And that was kind of cool, I guess, but it never, you know, if your goal is to leave an impression on the audience, dinosaurs fighting, dinosaurs fighting is cool and can like get an audience to like be entertained and to watch, but it's never very memorable. You got to kind of, if you're going to do dinosaurs fighting, you have to pair that with like interesting behavior. And all they did with Ankylosaurus and T-Rex was dinosaurs fighting, which was a little boring. And then they do show the in Cretaceous extinction event, which is the meteor that strikes Chicxulub and destroys, ends the non-avian dinosaurs. But like because they cover the Triassic and the Jurassic and the Cretaceous, and every single one of those ends with an extinction event, and because they needed an excuse to like show real documentary footage of environments and weather and stuff and not footage of dinosaurs, they cover not just like the end Triassic, the end Jurassic, and the end Cretaceous, but a whole lot of like more minor extinction events all along the way as well. There were so many extinction events that they covered, and it just got to the point where like it was annoying because it was like tragedy porn. Like every time they did an extinction event, like you just see these animals like suffering and dying, like, you know, they like suffocate in like wildfires, and it was very frustrating to like constantly having to be like, okay, we get it, this poor animal is now dying, sad day. And so like on top of that, like I was so annoyed by that already that like on top of that, the in Cretaceous is just such a it just wasn't great. But two other things that were really memorable as well. In the same episode, in the early to mid Cretaceous episode, the one that had Spinosaurus, you also had a segment with Hatzegopteryx, and that was awesome. The Hatzegopteryx model was probably my favorite model of any of the extinct animals portrayed in the show. The Hatzegopteryx model was really cool. I liked it a lot. And then another really great, memorable moment was with what I assume is Edmontosaurus. They generally called it a hadrosaur, and they showed it like nesting in like these big groups, which is behavior that's more commonly associated with Maiasaura than Edmontosaurus. But another animal, a pterosaur that almost certainly is Quetzalcoatlus, shows up in that scene as well, and Quetzalcoatlus isn't around whenever Maiasaura is around. It's around whenever Edmontosaurus is around. And so, pretty positive that the animal they're depicting there is supposed to be Edmontosaurus. They also describe it as bigger than an elephant, which Maiasaura was considerably smaller than Edmontosaurus, and probably was not quite bigger than an elephant. Edmontosaurus definitely was. So I'm going to say that it was Edmontosaurus and Quetzalcoatlus in this scene, which was fun. I really liked it. Where Manapond. Hell, what was I saying? So the Quetzalcoatlus. Oh, The Edmontosauruses are making this huge, like, social nesting site where this is actually a behavior that we know that Maiasaura, which is a hadrosaur, which is closer related to Edmontosaurus, this is a behavior that we know that they did because we have the fossilized remains of one of these nesting sites. Kevin actually got to go. It's at Two Medicine Formation in Montana. And it's all these nests that were constructed all next to each other. And so we know that these Maiasaura like had this huge herd and they all nested together like this. And Kevin got to go and actually dig up Maiasaura remains on Egg Mountain is what it's called, in the Two Medicine Formation in Montana. That was very upsetting that Kevin gets to do cool dinosaur things and I don't. Finally. Please evolve. Ugh. When does Zubat evolve? Okay. We're pretty much done here. Now we're gonna go... Let's go train this. Oh, I guess let's not go train Tata. Let's see what's going on with Spoons. How many levels has he grown by? Surely several by now. I don't know whenever Abra evolves. Crap. Let's look it up. Doodle 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 doo do 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 da 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 da. Level 16. Oh, okay. So yeah, Kevin got to go do cool paleontology stuff that I've never gotten to do, even though I'm way more into dinosaurs than Kevin is. So we know that hadrosaurs like Maiasaura and like Edmontosaurus, very likely Edmontosaurus, did perform this like social nesting behavior. And so in the show, the dinosaurs, we see these 7 levels. Good God. Is that enough? Oh, I don't have space. We'll put Tata back. And we'll get Spoons back. $19. Excellent. Did he learn anything? Nope. We are going to have to switch train him. I wish that I had that rare candy. Oh well. We're going to switch train him up here because I'm too scared of these things freaking dying. Honestly, though, we could probably do it down here. Does teleport make me run from the battle, or does it switch out, like baton pass? I don't remember. Let's see. Okay. Did not mean to do that. Meowth Actually, let's not test this on him because he might have a dark type move. So we see all these in Montesaurus. They're making all these nests together, and a Quetzalcoatlus, I'm pretty sure it's a Quetzalcoatlus, even though they never really specify. It flies up and it starts trying to eat starts trying to eat the babies that are in one of these unguarded nests. And the mother comes like charging up and beats the shit out of this Quetzalcoatlus, which was super fun. Like, it doesn't just like roar at it and make it fly away. Oh yeah, that makes us flee. Okay. It didn't just roar at it and fly away. It grabs onto this Quetzalcoatlus and beats it up. Which is very fun because a lot of times you see herbivores depicted as animals that are like, you know, just the food for like the larger, cooler carnivores. When in reality, like, an Edmontosaurus is an animal that's bigger than an elephant. It will mess you up if you play around with it. Even though it doesn't have spikes or horns or whatever, an Edmontosaurus is a massive animal that is fully capable of messing you the freak up. If you mess around with it. And Quetzalcoatlus messed around and found out. And so I did appreciate that. I thought that was fun. So yeah, those are the highlights from the dinosaurs that I really enjoyed. Is anybody in chat? I feel like I've seen a couple of places where people are watching. Have not seen anybody in chat since Cameron, though, unfortunately. Just been sitting here talking about dinosaurs to myself, to no one, which is a thing that I do all the time. I don't usually audibly talk out loud to myself, but whenever I'm thinking through something, especially something that I have to like regurgitate later, I will oftentimes just like sit and explain it in my brain to myself for a long time, sometimes hours. I just did that. I just went through this whole season of this really great podcast called Blowback. If you haven't heard about it, it's incredible. Oh my god, Blowback is so good. I just did this whole... I listened to the whole 4th season, which is all about U.S. interference in Afghanistan and the way that caused blowback here in the United States. Blowback, if you're not aware, the concept is that whenever you do this interventionism and get involved in other people's affairs, all over the world, it causes political instability in those regions, and you can't ever really know the way that instability is going to blow back and possibly negatively affect you. And so it's usually best to not get involved or intervene or interfere in foreign nations' affairs, but the U.S. does that all the time. We love doing that. That's our favorite thing. And so we did that in Afghanistan and funded radical Islamist fighters in Afghanistan, one of which was Osama bin Laden, who later used the power that he gained with the funding that the United States gave him. He used that power and influence to form the group Al-Qaeda and fly planes into the Twin Towers, as well as a whole bunch of other really horrible things. So yeah, like I said, you just never know what intervening in other people's affairs, how that's going to blow back on you. That's the concept of blowback. the whole podcast blowback looks at different ways that the United States has done interference in other countries' affairs and the ways that that has blown back on the United States. And it's almost like we shouldn't do that anymore. But I just got done listening to the whole 4th season of Blowback, which was all about our interference in Afghanistan. And I go on walks. I've been trying to lose weight, and I try to stay active. I've been going to the gym a lot. But one of my favorite ways to stay active is just going on walks. I have a 40-pound vest that I wear, and I'll usually walk like a 5K. And I enjoy it so much. It's so fun. Oh, isn't this a dark type Pokemon? Isn't Dark super effective on Dark? I can't remember. Like, won't Bite be super effective here? Nope. It's just a normal type still, I think. Come on, Spoons, evolve. So yeah, I whenever I was walking, I walked like a 5K one morning, and like explained, like went through in my brain the whole thing of the 4th season of Blowback. So I talk to myself all the time. This is not a new experience for me. Y'all just happen to have the possibility of maybe being here, even though, like I said, doesn't seem like a lot of people are in the chat, unfortunately. Maybe Pokemon is not fun? I'm having fun. This is my favorite thing to do in Pokemon. Right now, this has to be crazy boring gameplay. Which is another reason why I'm talking a lot. But this is my favorite thing ever. Put on a podcast, put on an audiobook, and just run around and grind in Pokemon. So fun. Love that crap. So I love doing this. Y'all might hate watching it, but I love doing it. So yeah, 4th season of Blowback is all about the Afghan Civil War, which is nutty. So in the 80s, Afghanistan has a king. And one of their kings tries to get all woke and tries to like liberalize the country a little bit, tries to secularize the country a little bit. He starts increasing funding for education and for infrastructure, and starts like letting some girls attend school. And the far right, the religious right in Afghanistan, are not fans of that. Hey, Spoons is evolving. Please learn to move. Still just teleport. Crap. Let's see what he is going to learn here. We would have gotten Confusion at level 16. That's annoying. Would have gotten Disable at level 18. We get Psybeam at 21. That'll be great. It's better Confusion. Do I have a TM that I can at least give it so he can fend for him frickin' self? Like Thief? Can you learn Thief? Maybe that's not a smart one to put on. Maybe. Secret power. Let's do thief. Just so he has something to use. For the love of God. And in this game, Thief is a special move, and Kadabra's special attack is going to be way better than his physical attack. Alright, let's make some progress here. Let's go knock out these trainers. We're still not super strong, so we still need to be careful. We're still kind of under-leveled, I feel like. Oh, and we get SSN here. That'll be good too. What do we think? Do we do SSN before the gym or after the gym? Oh, and I get cut on the SSN. That'll be good. Alright. Let's see what they've got. What does Thief do? Yeah, a decent amount. So, the king tries to modernize the country. The religious right hate that. And a whole bunch of dissent is being fomented in the country. They kick out the king. They don't like him. They don't like the liberalization that he's trying to bring to the country. And they bring in a new ruler who is more right-wing. And he starts kind of cracking down. He starts reversing some of the reforms that have been made by the previous guy. And during that time, during that period of liberalization, this is in the late 70s, early 80s. This is all late 70s, I think. During that... Oh, I don't think I can use ground type moves on this one. I wish I had a fighting type move. Let's do this. Because at the very least, he'll be immune to that. Screw you. And let's use magnitude. I don't think it'll affect him. Nice! Let's go. I thought he had levitate. So there's a new right-wing guy, but during the period of liberalization, and even before that, a left-wing movement has started to take shape in Afghanistan. Among the students, they call themselves the Enlightened Youth. And, you know, just to the north of Afghanistan is the USSR. And so obviously the USSR has interests in seeing Afghanistan go communist. And obviously the United States of America very much has interests in not seeing the Afghanistan go communist. And so, like I said, there's a lot of political instability because of the changing of these rulers. Now this right-wing guy is cracking down on people. The left-wing students start to organize themselves. One of the main leaders of these left-wing students in Afghanistan is this guy named Amin. And Amin is an interesting guy. He is leading these left-wing kids, essentially, like students. Cybeam, let's go. Oddish. Cybeam your ass. He's leading these left-wing students, and political dissent gets so great that these left-wing students start a revolution, overthrow the monarchy, and impose a left-wing communist government in Afghanistan. Oh no, this is very bad for the United States of America. Amin is an interesting guy because he's like the leader of these left-wing kids in Afghanistan, but he had come into America and was educated here in the United States on a scholarship to, I think it's Columbia, on a scholarship that is funded by the CIA. That detail is going to be relevant later. So there are interesting potential ties, people speculate, between Amin and the CIA. But Amin, very much is shaping up to be the leader of this left-wing movement, is the leader now of this new communist revolution that's happening in Afghanistan, and becomes the first president of Afghanistan. Amin. Pretty immediately, Amin starts trying to implement some important left-wing policies. He does like land redistribution. He redistributes land. He starts educating the population. Again, starts opening these girls' schools. One of his big priorities is education and women's rights, giving women the right to vote. Opens these girls' schools so that women can have an opportunity to be able to educate themselves. And this is making, the religious right in Afghanistan more and more frustrated, especially the particularly hardline religious right people who are kind of violent. Intimidate lowered my attack. That's okay. I'm not going to use it. Oh, crap. That's the worst possible one that could have come out. Don't roar me again. Okay. Oh, God. I'm switching. I'm not risking that. Yikes. That was scary. Like, I'm not about to, like, flinch or something. That was scary. I did not need to use magnitude. So, Amin starts implementing these reforms. People in the countryside who are, not as left-wing as this new communist government that's taken over, are not really having it. They're not happy about it. They're pushing back. And Amin's solution to this problem is kill them, which is crazy. Amin starts slaughtering people in the countryside. The USSR pretty immediately recognizes the communist government whenever they took over and had formed, ties with Amin and his government, and started supporting them in the reforms that they were trying to make. But the second that Amin starts slaughtering people in the countryside, the USSR is like, yo, man, what are you doing? We said we were going to help you out, but we're not going to help you do this. And so they start like threatening to like pull support. None of that stops Amin. Amin, starts secret police and is rounding up people and putting them in in camps. It's estimated thousands of people are killed in these camps that Amin creates. So the communist revolution in Afghanistan does accomplish some real like meaningful reforms, but at the same time is really bad in a lot of ways. Amin especially is really bad. And so, like I said, it's interesting that Amin is a guy that has ties to the CIA, possibly. And so there is speculation that maybe Amin is kind of like a double agent who's working to destabilize the country for and with the support of the CIA. Which would be interesting and would be like an interesting like second piece of what will eventually become the CIA's strategy in Afghanistan, which is to just start arming the fanatical religious right in Afghanistan to fight the communists. So, Jimmy Carter, Secretary of State, I can't remember what his name is now. Shoot, B something. Jimmy Carter, Secretary of State, approves like the sending of tons of money and guns to these disparate right-wing religious factions in Afghanistan that all have, different stances on different interpretations of the Quran and the Hadith, and so, they're all kind of at each other's necks all the time, but they have a common cause of, not liking the communists, but they have a difficult time getting over those disagreements, but that's nothing that a little bit of cash from the CIA won't fix, and so, the CIA starts sending money and weapons to these guys and giving them money, like bribing them to work together to organize themselves into a unified, front of counter insurgency against the communist revolutionary government. And these guys are bad guys. Shoot. But like the idea, so like we want them to fight back against the communist government, but because the USSR is supporting the communist government in Afghanistan, the idea is that if we fund these fighter guys and make the situation in Afghanistan really bad, then the USSR will feel an obligation to move their military into the country. Is this an encounter here? Shoot. I wasn't thinking about it. I don't know what my first encounter was here. I think I got something from here. What is this? This is Route 11. Ooh, I get an encounter for Vermilion City. Where's the guy with the fishing rod? He's here. I get an encounter for Vermilion City. I can get a Magikarp. Let's go. That will be useful later. I don't remember. Wasn't that sparrow that I got? This guy? Encountered on Route 6. Yes. And I'm pretty sure that was Route 6, right? Diglett Cave. Oh no, it's Route 11. This was Route 6. I have not had an encounter here yet. Yeah, it's definitely not this one. Yeah. Route 2. There's a bug. Ow! Ah! What was that? God, give me another one. I need to eat something. I need to eat something. Hold on. I feel like I can feel it in the back of my throat. I need to eat something and push it down, I think. Oh, I can't think about it. It's gonna make me throw up. Oh my god. Ah. Wait. Don't I get a star you encounter here? Because that's really what we want. And I don't want to blow a potential star you encounter. Pallet Town and Cinnabar. Pallet Town, Vermilion City, and Cinnabar. I did not get a Cerulean City encounter. So let's go back up to Cerulean City. That was awful. Can't believe that just happened. At least it happened on camera. I got an encounter here. That was crazy, dog. Did I inhale it, or did it fly right into my mouth? Yeah. Let's not think about it anymore. Did I get my Route 5 encounter? I'd be out here missing encounters, man. Oh, wait. Route 5, okay. Is there water in Cerulean City? There is here. But now it's on Route 4. There is here, but I don't think I can get to it. Oh. How do I get there? If I get back to... Like, I know there's water in Pewter City. Oh, I can go through the tunnel. That'll work. We're gonna go through the tunnel. We're gonna go back to Pewter City, where there will be water, where we can fish and get a Magikarp. I did not get an encounter in Pewter City. Oh, that made me a little sick, I think. Where the heck even was I? I am not getting an encounter for Route 11, so let's do that. And I forgot about it. Like, technically it should be whatever my first encounter was here on this route. But I don't remember what that was. So now it's going to be my first encounter right now. Oh! Sandshrew could be useful. Don't kill it. Oh, okay, we're good. Sandshrew, the mouse Pokemon, burrows deep underground in arid locations far from water. It only emerges to hunt prey. Yeah, what do we want? What do we want to nickname him? It's a girl, so let's go with Sandy. Don't put him in Sheol. That's not where he belongs. Now, we're gonna go through here, catch a Magikarp. Oh, a Dugtrio. It's level 29. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't think I can run from this, by the way. Uh-oh. Confuse it. Crap. This was a mistake. Definitely need to lead with Zoran here in the future. Good lord. It's good XP, I guess. Not as good as you would think. Now I'm paranoid about bugs. Another one? Please let Sand Attack work. Yes, it does. Excellent. Nice. That's probably good enough. You go ahead. You go ahead and dig. Oh, I bet I can whirlwind him away. All he has that it can hurt me is Fury Swipes. Oh. And it hurts. Oh my god, it hurts. Oh my god. Oh my god. Five Fury Swipes, 2 crits. That's ridiculous. 5 Fury Swipes, 2 crits. That's so dumb. Oh well, we're in trouble, dog. He's gonna wipe out my whole team. Please let me teleport away from this. Thank God. Come on. Thank God. Jesus. That's freaking annoying. I should not be doing this. I hit 2 Doug Trios. How long is this tunnel? Are you kidding? I need cut. Can I get out of here without cut? Nope. That was for nothing. Awesome. Love that. Love that. Love that. Love that. Jesus. I should be able to do this. Lord. Throw him in the box. I have another one. Or will I have a Spearow? Oh no, it is a Pidgey. Yeah, I guess, why not? Let's go put this Pidgey in the box. I mean, not in the box, in the daycare. Man, I was talking about Afghanistan and eating that bug. I was talking about that. I was talking about Afghanistan to no one. And eating that bug really just killed all of my motivation to continue doing that. And then getting that death. So frustrating. Okay. Now... what level are Lieutenant Surge's Pokemon? Oh no, I have to do St. Anne before the gym. It doesn't matter. Okay. I was thinking maybe, you know, depending on what level his Pokemon is, I don't want to get too over-leveled here. I was thinking, depending on what level his Pokemon are, do Surge and then St. Anne. But I would have to have Cut to get to Surge. And which means I have to get through St. Anne first. And I guess switch training in St. Anne feels dangerous. I guess let's just grind up Sandy. Sandy feels more useful than Tata. I just don't know where would be a good spot to grind Sandy. I wonder what level Sandy evolves at. I mean, a second ground type going into this gym sounds good. Why not, right? I have the dig TM, but I think I'd rather give dig to like a non-ground type that's going to be on my team. Like, I've already got Diglett with dig. I don't anticipate Sandy being like a permanent member of the team. Golly. Freaking Dalton cannot take a hit. Oh no, you wrapped me. Okay, let's see how well Sandy holds up, actually. Pretty decently. Pretty decently. I'm sure it has pretty decent defense. I've always been confused by why, like, whenever you're designing a game like this, you know, you have all these different types. They're pretty, like, elemental. Why are you making a rock and a ground type? You know what I mean? Just make those one type. That feels so arbitrary. Like having a freshwater and saltwater type, you know what I mean? Which honestly sounds kind of badass. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that would be cool. Level 16? God. Okay. Man, my luck is awful tonight. It's crazy. 2 flinches in a row. Why did I switch into a psychic type? God damn it. Curses. The most annoying town to navigate. Ridiculous. About time I got a flinch. Top viewers on streamboo.com. Horny consolants. So who'd what? That username is crazy. Oh, yep, that was dumb. Can't do that, dummy. I knew I couldn't do that. But he can do it to me. This switch training is getting annoying. Where do I get the XP share? Directly east of Fuchsia City, his aide will give it to me. Professor Oak's aide. Scratch? Interesting. See, that hurts. Not that bad, though. Nice. Please run an attack. Guess not. I forgot grass was super effective on ground. That was close. That could have been bad. Nice. Okay, so many crits tonight. And I flinch, of course. At least I get one. I might get to just 17 and then hit St. Anne's. Because this is taking a while. Yeah, we're fine. A bird. You're only prolonging the inevitable, bird. Ow. Poison Sting, I guess, is kind of useful. Alright, let's hit St. Anne and see what happens. Don't I have a room somewhere? Let's figure out where the equivalent of a Pokemon Center is here. I am Lewitter on this ship. I will be happy to serve you anything. Okay. Am I just gonna have to muscle through all these? They give me a room with a bed that heals, right? Global Peace Agent. I'm a Global Peace Agent. I'm on the trail of Team Rocket. They're up to nothing good. I love Pokemon. Do you? Sure. Needleran. Your poison attacks don't scare me. Your horn attack does, though. Oh. I thought ground types could not get poisoned. Okay. Don't poison me. Spoons reflect. That's pretty decent. They should have a Pokemon like the way that like Dig lets you have an escape rope all the time, and Teleport lets you like go back to the Pokemon Center. They should have a Pokemon that allows you to have an antidote all the time. We are cruising around the world, my children and I. Ooh, insanely valuable TM. In fact, it makes me want to use that right now. Dalton can't take a hit very well. Let's do Bluey instead. I know there's a point that they give me a bed because I fight Gary on this ship. I can't remember what we nicknamed our rival. And there's no way they're going to make me go through this gauntlet of Pokemon trainers and then fight Gary without giving me some kind of Pokemon Center. Cherry pie, gross. Oh boy. You insolent pup, how dare you barge in? I guess that is pretty rude. He's not wrong. Nidoran. Go, spoons! Just like 2 spoons. Hit the deck. Oh, thank God. That's what we wanted. I was about to say. Growlithe? Maybe we risk it? Nope, we don't. I guess we'll do Dalton, even though he can't take a hit. Okay. Okay. We'll just do that again. Run it back. Oh my god, are you kidding? Not getting any XP from this one. Lord. Lower my attack all you like, I'm not using it. Why don't you heal me again? I'm pretty underleveled here. Like, we might really be in trouble for the Gary fight. Chestoberry. Cherry berry. Also, we're eating out of the trash. Snorlax? A fisherman! Goldeen? Ugh, I would use Bellsprout, but this can have Peck. I guess... Daredevil. Why not? Okay. I don't think it ever used Peck. That tail whip was not good. Tentacool. Ugh. Poison is gonna resist my grass type move. And now he's constricting me. I won't be able to escape. Come on! So dumb. Nice. If I use a non-damaging move like this, whenever I'm confused, I don't think I should hurt myself. Uh-oh. I guess he hit me. I mean, that Goldeen only lowered my defense once. That's crazy. That's more than 20 points of damage. Oh my god! So stupid. How long am I going to be confused for? How many times am I going to hit myself with confusion and do 30 points of damage? Since when? Can I switch? I'm too scared to risk it. So stupid. I can. Yeah, Bellsprout is pretty freaking useless. Spoons is the best investment we've made the whole game. Why didn't I switch my Pokemon around? I guess I didn't need to. Ooh. Sandy can't take this. Certainly it cannot. Come on. I'm gonna hit it with 2 poison stings and not get poisoned, but the first time I touch it, it's gonna paralyze me. Crap, come on. I don't care. Nice. Nice. Stardust. All that for some Stardust? I'm so underleveled, it's not even funny. Okay. Are you serious? That ground resisted fire. Yeah, that hurt. Oh, come on. Hasn't missed an attack, by the way. 3 sand attacks deep. I'm not using a super potion here. The second he touches me, I'm dead. Nice. Ponyta, love Ponyta. Oh yeah, I forgot Dalton can't take a hit. I also forget how fast Diglett is. I'm surprised he outsped that. Nope, we're switching, Oh, come on. Shit! Figured out how to outspeed him, didn't think he'd come in with a quick attack. I'm definitely screwed for the rival. I don't even think I have a PC on this stupid boat. Great. So now what happens if he's in my party? I don't know. We're gonna save here so that we can reset in case the rival pops up here. Okay, he doesn't. Okay. That way is the way to the rival battle. And we're not gonna do that this stream, we're gonna save it for next stream. Nice. Here we go again. We're not even gonna mess around here. Straight to spoons. Side beam his ass. Bell's evolving! Weepin' Bell! I do like the whole Bellsprout line. It is very fun. Oh my god, that's so nice. Nice. Not half poison. You're dead. Shelter is just a water type, but whenever it evolves into Cloyster, it's water ice type. I know nothing about any Pokemon except for water types. Okay. Hyper Potion. Nice. don't like that it's giving me a bunch of potions. Come on, have some water types. Hey, looky there. You're dead. And we do need Bell to be a little stronger. Oh no. Oh, he's gonna have a freaking Venusaur. I guess Spoons is a pretty good answer to that, actually. I sure wish Zubat would learn a flying type move. Can't poison me, I'm poisoned already, dummy. I wish Daredevil would evolve and learn like Wing Attack. Would be great. You did. Yeah, let's do this. Try to get some levels on Daredevil so that he evolves. What level does Zubat evolve into Golbat? Nice. Come on, Daredevil learned Wing Attack! Let's go! That's what we needed. Honestly, Supersonic feels like the least useful here. Like, these are all weak, but their typings are kind of convenient. I think we lose Supersonic. So, we got Spoons as a decent answer to Venusaur. Or Ivysaur, I guess it's going to be. And we have Daredevil now. That's a pretty less decent answer than Spoons, but still pretty decent answer. Ether. Staryu! My favorite. Just a water type right now. Eventually, he'll evolve into Starmie, which is water psychic type, and we would have used Bite. That would have been convenient, but he's only a water type right now. Nice. Daredevil. He got a bigger mouth. Rest. Speaking of, this is the last room, and then we're signing off. Because I'm tired, and I don't want to do the rival battle tonight with no one watching, so... Sure wish I could get that chat message off of there. I'm using like a thing that aggregates it all into, like, aggregates YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok all into one chat. And that thing that I'm using to aggregate it all doesn't let me delete chat messages out of there, which is a little disconcerting. I even banned it and deleted it out of the Twitch stream chat where it originated, and it's still there. Nice. One more level on Daredevil is definitely super convenient. I don't really know who he leads with. I think we lead with Dalton, just so we outspeed whatever it might be. Alright, we're gonna save here. And end the stream. Thanks for watching the nobody that's watching. We're watching the Oscars on Sunday. You should come watch. Okay, talk to you later. Bye.